Good morning. Today is the 13th of July, 2026, about to say 2024 then. I'm going to go through my pre-market prep. Good morning, Mayo. I might not have had my mic on for a few minutes, probably just had my screen on. But I'm glad you can hear now. Welcome back. Welcome to everyone. A new week. I'm just looking. Reason I opened up my screen first, I just saw this massive divergence earlier. Where was I looking? Around here. We got price kind of going sideways there, and then we started to raise. Price pushed up, and then we sold off. And then we I suppose it's not really much of a divergence. It looked like one. In fact, it's NQ which had the divergence. Let me open up my NQ stream. I'll just open it up because it's on my other computer. I'll put it on the YouTube. Here you go. Look at that N. I was watching this massive divergence on NQ. You can just about see it. I need to change the colours a little bit. Price was selling down. Cumulative Delta was showing buyers were coming in, and then we had that break. Can I go for quantity? There goes a bit better. And then we had that price broke the downtrend. This is one of the plays we watched for, and then we had a big break of the Cumulative Delta as well. So hopefully somebody saw that on the live stream and went long on that break of trend. That's what Cumulative Divergence Delta I look for. That's one of the plays I watch for, and look how strong that's been. That's a nice easy Cumulative Delta Divergence break. So that's on the other stream I have. This is a 24/7 stream, NQ and ES. I don't need that open because I've got it on. I physically got it on the screen up in the top corner, and that's linked to a separate PC. Let's go back to my own screen. So that was a divergence play there. Hopefully someone saw that. That's why I keep the streams running, for these exact reasons. News today. I've got the news calendar. We haven't had much. 12:30 got an FOMC member speaking, and 2 o'clock we got a budget balance, and then there's nothing really before market open to move it out of the way. We did have a big indecision, so there must have been something happened at 8:15 today. I don't know if you know what news that was, but we can see there was a massive big indecision candle at 5 minute. That was around about that time we saw the divergence play. But that's it really. So I'm going to go straight into my levels. I'm going to start off with the week. I'm going to start off with the monthly as we're midway through the month. Good morning to 212. Welcome back. As you can see, month wise, we had a red month. We're still sitting in that monthly range. Makes it really, really hard. We had this red candle last month with higher than average volume. However, it was a bottom tail candle, so to me that's an indecision candle, so a neutral candle, and the market's not decided where they want to go. Note the RSI as well is well over the 70%. It's overbought, and noted how extended we are from that 50 moving average. Really extended. That's our home base. We always come back to the home base. If we do come back, we've got that massive big volume shelf down here as well in that zone there. We're away from that. We do have some major levels of support I've marked up, which I'll go into on the daily chart. But there's not much really to look at. We are sitting inside that range. Are we putting in a flag? And if so, are we going to break it? Or are we starting to see signs of weakness? Decline in volume on the green candles. Notice that. And then the first red candle, we have increased volume. And we're halfway through this month already, but we've only got almost a quarter of the volume. So it doesn't look good volume wise for this month. Narrow range candle as well. So let's see what happens. Dropping down to the weekly. I always like looking at the higher time frame, especially at the start of the week. It gives us an overview of where we could be heading. We are still holding that right shoulder. So right at the moment, we're still in the formations of this right shoulder. Until that breaks, then I'm still keeping with this head and shoulders pattern. We've got that major support level there. 73.50. Keep an eye on that. We've got a bit of a volume shelf down there as well. If we lose that area, notice that volume void. So that's why we're watching that area. Obviously, we'll get down there. We've had 2 weeks of green, and we're smack bang still inside that weekly range. Just as much as we're inside that monthly range, we're inside that weekly range. RSI is creeping back up into that 70% area. Weekly volume is declining as well. Price is increasing, volume's declining. So to me, that's little cracks we're seeing here. It doesn't mean go short right now. Maybe we can keep an eye on a short swing play, but it does mean that I'm not seeing support from buyers. We want to see increased buying like that as price breaks out and puts in new highs. We're not putting in new highs really, kind of just going sideways. There's not really much more to look at here other than the major support area. We know that we've been talking about for some time, 73.50. That's an area we can watch for a reaction if we get back down there this week. Otherwise, we have this minor support area, just a little bit of confidence and a small volume shelf. But this is our next major support area. 7,000 psychological number, massive area of confidence, and a big volume shelf and a point of control. And the 50 moving average is in that area. So realistically, if we're going to pull back, that's probably the area we may pull back to. Dropping down to the daily now, we're getting closer to the hourly. You can now see decline in volume. Other than the red days, this is interesting. Red days, higher volume, higher volume. Green days, decline in volume. So it doesn't bode too well. Friday, we had equal volume to the previous day, equal size candles. I'm not overly worried about that. But again, we are inside a daily range. Not only are we inside a daily range, we're inside that weekly range and we're inside that monthly range. Makes it really tough trading conditions. And for that reason, we have to only be looking at scalping at the moment. I'm not looking for these break and retest and holding all day. I'm just scalping. I'll be honest with you, I found it exceptionally tough trading these days. Look at that, indecision, bottom tail, really, really hard to trade. And I'm making small micro fine adjustments to my strategies, such as just reducing my risk size. But it's really tough trading right now. So that's where we are. We're still inside this right shoulder. Could we extend this right shoulder and say it's all of that area there? Maybe. I'm leaving it here for now. But until that right shoulder breaks, I'm not too interested. I still like this pattern. It's not a great pattern right now, but we are seeing decline in volume as we're trying to break out, but not seeing the follow through. Support levels, you can clearly see massive big volume shelf. We've got that major support below as well. Keep an eye on that 74.50 area. Keep an eye on that 73.50 area we just talked about. And that's pretty much on the daily. RSI is midway, and so nothing really exciting. So let's get some levels for today. If you're on the premium Discord, I've already put some levels in today, and with a few text notes to go with them. But basically, we're smack bang inside Friday's range, and we already just talked about we're inside the daily range. So for me, I'm just going to watch for break of these key areas. I'm looking for the pre-market high, break and retest long into yesterday's high. Pre-market low, break and retest low into yesterday's high. So pre-market low is 75.80. Pre-market high, it's got to be over that 7,600 psychological number. And then a break and retest with that will be great. But pre-market high is slightly above at 76.04. So longs over 76. I do not want to go long into 76. Friday was a tough one there. It held 76 for some time before we broke in the afternoon, and then a big gap down on Sunday. For bounces, I do like this zone down there, 75.55 area, 75.50. Not only do we have the 200 moving average, we also have Friday's low. Look at that big reaction we had, bounce off that 50. We also have a bit of a volume shelf and a big area of confidence. Bottom tail there, bottom tail there. Let's see what happens when we get back down to that 75.50 area. I like that for a long. And then I would watch that a reaction area around 76.30 to 76.44. Quite a big zone. A little bit of a volume shelf. It's the highs of Friday as well. Let's zoom out for a bit. We do have a confidence area as well in that zone. We got bottoms of these bottoms of the tops of these pivots from June, early June, and then we got the tops of that, and we had a big reaction last time. Last time we hit that level, we had that big reaction down. We've yet to retest that level and see what reaction we get. So I'm keeping an eye on 76.44. Don't think I added that into the. I'm going to add that in now. ES 76.44 rejection. I'd just like to put my notes in. And then I'm looking for a rejection at level. We can watch for a break and retest of yesterday's high as well. Are we going to be breaking trend? Let's draw our trend line in from this major support. That's our trend line there. This is our more localized trend line. Depends where you want to draw it. Maybe there. That's the most touches there. If so, then the post market, we've broken it. Let's watch for a reaction off the underside of that trend line. So these are the areas to watch. I like the bounce down here, off of that trend line, off of that point of control, and a big confidence area as well. That's 75.55. I like the reaction up yesterday's high as well. And that is pretty much it for ES. Hourly is pretty much in the mid RSI area, so that's very neutral. And like I said, we are smack bang inside daily range, in the middle of the pre-market range as well. That's it really. I can't find anything else. Let me just go through my other basket of stocks. As you know, I only keep a very small basket. I only look at these. I don't really look at general stocks like Apple or Tesla. I just trade these indices. SPY next. I like the break or the rejection at yesterday's high. Notice where that volume shelf is. Look at that big area of confluence. 754, 755 is a rejection area. I like that for a short. Seeing that someone at my door. I do like that 750 psychological number. Notice how it's been instrumental. It's got a big volume shelf. We held it, and then we bounced, then we bounced, and we lost it, rejected it. Then we gapped up to that area, held it, lost it, rejected it, rejected. Came in, tried to play it, and we bounced off of it, bounced through it again. So 750 is a big area. So let's watch 750 for a bounce on SPY. If we lose that area, then we'll be breaking this upward trend, and we could be looking for a break and retest 750 short. SPX. I don't trade SPX. I use it as confirmation. If I'm looking to go long, I don't want to be going long into a big psychological number or an area of confluence. Same if I'm going short on ES, I don't want to be going short into previous day levels or a psychological number. So I keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on 7,500, 7,600, and then we've got this pivot area. Look at this big area of confluence, big pivot there, big reactions, and we're back at that area. We gap down in the market, so we will be opening up below, probably in between Friday's low and high, which will be probably around that 755 area. NQ next. Good morning to Craig, welcome back. So NQ, is that showing relative weakness or strength? No, it's looking about the same. NQ, again, we're smack bang inside yes, Friday's range. It's shown slight relative weakness because it's nearer to Friday's low, whereas ES, what's ES doing? ES is nowhere near Friday's low. So we had that big bottom tail pivot, which we didn't get. So it's shown slight relative weakness. This is our trend line here. We're kind of holding it. Let's see what happens when we get to 30,000 again. Remember we said on Friday, keep an eye on 30,000 reaction point, and then look at that reaction in the post market. Big reaction when we reopened on Sunday. So for me, I'm looking for I was looking for longs on Friday and Thursday because I like the strength. But now we're breaking that pivot. We've broken it in the pre-market. I'm looking for a break and retest of Friday's low. That's the area. If we can get below that area and look for a break and retest a pre-market low as well. We're below the 50. We're below the 200. We're losing, not saying we've lost it, we're losing institutional support on NASDAQ right now. The hourly's on below the 50s and the 200. Look at it also, we've not closed below it, but this is the 50 on the daily, and we are now just breaking back below it. And look at this, are we putting in a bit of we got two potential plays here on the daily. Is this a bull flag where we're holding and we're compressing, tightening, and then something big's going to happen soon there? Are we going to break out over 30,000 long, and we've been holding it for some time, or is that 30,000 a catalyst for the short? As soon as we have a big close below that 50 moving average, then let's see what happens. We've got big area of confidence next to worry about. So for me, I'm pretty neutral. I'm potentially looking for a short today, but now I've just seen what I'm looking at now. I'm kind of neutral bias, so I'm going to see what happens. I'm going to keep an eye on that. But right now we're kind of tightening up, and you can clearly see this pattern. Let's just draw it in properly with Trader View. I like to use these areas here. Template. Not quite sure why I can't see it. There we go. That's that one there. We don't want to extend it, do we? No extend. Let's try again. We'll put that one in. I'm going to put the most touches of bodies of candles. It's going to be about there. And then the same. I'm just going to put it on there. The most touches of bodies. It may take in a wick occasionally, but that kind of gives us something we can look for over the next few days. So that's kind of where we are right now. We're compressing. We're getting tighter. I'm looking for a break and retest on either side of these trend lines, basically. Could also keep an eye on that midpoint. Look, you can clearly see it's a midpoint as well. Let's just draw that in as well. The reason I say it clearly looks like a midpoint, you can see where we've rejected, bounced, rejected, bounced, rejected, rejected, rejected. So for me, I like this area. While we're in that lower third, a lower half, I like to see it short. If we're in that upper half, bit like what was he looking at? Oil or gold? I think it was gold. One of them was looking at. I'll go to that in a minute. We could see it happen in advance just by looking at, by breaking this into two halves. So just keep an eye on NASDAQ on a potential short. I might be watching for a swing play short, but if I do, I'll put it in the Discord. And that's pretty much it. If we're looking for ORB on NASDAQ, I'm looking for an ORB would be great if we could take out both yesterday's low and pre-market low, and then we can come into that trend line. I've already got this trend line drawn up, I just realised. So hang on, let's just get rid of that one. We don't need so many. Get rid of that one. There you go, that's the one we only need it drawn up once. Also ORB over pre-market high, we can target yesterday's high. They're the two ORB levels. QQQ next. We've got 10 minutes still till the market opens, more than 10 minutes. QQQ is doing exactly the same. You can draw that trend line in there and clearly see wherever you want to hold it, there or there. I'll go in the middle. And we've got that area there. So I know we've had a bit of a fake breakout, slightly increased volume, but not massive volume. Also an inverse head and shoulders pattern you can see. So for me, if we break pre-market low, I like it short. If we break yesterday's high, I like it long. And that's pretty much the only levels. Maybe as an ORB, we can keep an eye on a breakout of pre-market high. We do have a volume shelf above and a big area of confluence. The lack of volume below, so a short would be better if we can get below pre-market low for the orb. Next up is oil, which is green on the day. Oil, that's the one we was talking about. Remember we saw that pattern? And then if we were to draw the midpoint, you can clearly see the midpoint here. It doesn't have to be exact horizontal, but we were rejecting, we're bouncing, rejecting. We kind of held it there, rejected. Then we got into that bottom half. We kind of held it below that second half. And then we were talking about this break and retest. I missed it totally. Bit gutted, but there you go. But looking at the more local trend, we've broken the downtrend. We're holding this $70 mark. Notice how we came back, retested it. That should have been a long short trade. You know what? I'm looking for a potential breakout over pre-market high as a swing play on oil today. We're holding that trend line. If we can get over pre-market high, I like it long. So I'm going to put in a quick alert. 75, over 75. I'm watching for a long as a swing. We can target the first area of confidence or volume shelf, which will be that area there around 79, about 80. And then we've got the big one up here at 90. So maybe watch for a long potentially. This is reliant on what's going on in the Middle East at the moment. Going back to hourly levels then. If we break pre-market low, I like it for a break and retest short. If we can get over pre-market high, like we just said, I like it for a long, targeting that 77 area. And that's all I like. I don't really like anything else. We're above yesterday's high, so we can also watch a bounce off of yesterday's high. Gold next. Again, I like my trend lines because it generally gives you a good idea what's going on. You know, how many people probably got excited and went long here only for it to pull back on itself because it's holding that trend line. For me, if we get over yesterday's high, I want to see it break that trend line, come back and retest that 4135 area, this zone. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough one. I was going to say break and retest of yesterday's low, but we've already retested that. Let's see what happens when we get back up to 4,081. Look for a short, maybe if we break this small little hourly uptrend. Below pre-market low, we're coming into that big volume shelf, so it makes it a tough short as well. But 4,000 below is the target on watch. Notice how we've kind of tested that 4,040 a few times. We bounced here. That's our last big area we had a big reaction to. Came back down, another big reaction to that. Notice how we're holding that trend line as well. And then we come back down to that 40. So keep an eye on 4040 and 4,000. Both of these areas for bounces. Over pre-market high for a long as well. And then watch for rejection off that trend line around 4,120. RTY next. See, I like this. We're starting to curve around. We've got a big psychological number, 3,000. Massive big volume shelf. We've got areas of confidence. Areas I've marked out and have been marked out for a long time. And look at where we've been reacting. We bounced from there, we bounced from there, we broke it, we bounced, and then we retested it short, came back, kind of held that area as a zone. Don't forget, it's a 10-point zone there. And then we lost it again, came back up, retested it on Friday, lost it again. So for me, while we're below 3,000, I like it short. Maybe watch for a rejection into that 3,000. The reason I say that, if we draw this trend line in, oh, look where that trend line is, right on the 3,000 area. So for me, I like that for a short. I'm going to put in my trading view trend line, so I don't have to keep drawing it every day. Around about there. So watch for a short where X marks the spot. That's the point of control and the trend line around 3,000 to 3,100, that zone there. Maybe it's already rejected, but for me, I'll be happy to wait for it to come into that zone for the rejection back down. If we break 3,010, look for the break and retest over 3,000 long. If we lose pre-market low, it's going to be a tough one because we are inside yesterday's range. Maybe look for a breakdown into yesterday's low. And if we can get continuation, maybe watch for the next pivot point below as well. Not the pivot point, the next pivot below at 2,950. YM next. I do like this. Look at that nice little trend line it's drawn. We had a lovely trend line here. This is pretty predictable, this YM. We've been holding this trend line. And don't forget, it's a zone I'm looking at. If I draw the zone in, we can probably see something like that. A break and retest over pre-market high yesterday's high. I like it long for trend continuation of this hourly uptrend. Otherwise, if we lose pre-market low, I like it short into that point of control, 52. Looking at psychological numbers, the reason I like the break and retest over Friday's high is because we have to clear 53,000. We don't have much of a volume shelf, so 53,000 psychological number. We rejected it on Friday. We rejected it today in the pre-market. How many times we want to knock on that door before we bounce over? We've been holding it up here as well, so it's a big psychological number. Long over 53,000. Otherwise, maybe we can look for a head and shoulders pattern or a triple top rejection at that same area. And then finally, Bitcoin. Still looking weak. I was starting to think we might be seeing a bit of a revival. We've got our trend line. Oh, let's draw it properly. Trend line is kind of there. You can draw another trend line in there as well. For me, a break and retest over 64,000 long, but we've lost that area in the post-market, pre-market. Look for break and retest of pre-market low. If I zoom in a bit, you can see this trend line here, wherever you want to hold it. There. I'm going to put it in the middle, and we've lost that mark. We've lost that structure there, and we've broken it. Came back and retested that rewrap. So for me, watch for a break and retest of yesterday's low, 64 short. If we get over that area, look for a break and retest long. That's the only place I like. Targets if we're short, Keep an eye on 62, keep an eye on 60, big psychological. Look at that volume shelf, look at that volume shelf, 2 big volume shelves to watch for, that area and that area. And I think that is pretty much it. If there's any other tickers you want me to look at, let me know. We've got 3 minutes until market opens. Let me just pop that up there. Looking at large orders currently, this is pre-market large orders. We don't have a great deal really. Nothing until 76.50, so we're way off that, so not too fussed about that. Nothing until we get to 75, 70 below. So remember, A+ setups only today. We're smack bang in the range. I'm like NASDAQ for a short. Let's open up my make sure I've got my copiers on. No, I haven't. Glad I checked. So I'm trading. I'm going to do my 250k. I've got a legacy 250k account, which I want to do a 30-day challenge, and I want to just take my standard A+ setups only. While I'm just setting up my copy, I'll leave the rules up on the page. Not very easy to see, but these are the rules for my 250k. While I'm doing that, I'm just set up my copier. So I copy off the sim. Just loading up my rhythmic. So basically, I'm starting off with 2 ES contracts on this 250k, and I'm going to gradually size up on it. So I'm going to treat it slightly different to what I normally do. Let's get rid of that. I've got some accounts I don't want to enable. I'm just kind of just taking it easy on some of my accounts. So I'm still looking for scalps as we open. I've got a slight, I did have a bit of a short bias on NASDAQ, but that's putting a bit of a green 5-minute candle. So I'm neutral on that again. I'm neutral on everything. I'll be looking for quick moves on the open. That's what I like on a scalp. And then I'll be looking for ORB plays outside those areas we talked about. I'm just setting up my copier. So I've got a separate account. I'm trading my 250 eval on this one. Let's put my ORB candles in. Market's now open. We've got a bit of a buying. Some buyers coming in on the Delta. Nothing exciting yet. Big topping tail. So what I'm looking for, if I'm looking for a long, I want to see buyers come in. We've got lots of buyers coming in here. I want to see exhaustion from sellers. We had lack of sellers down here. Big 222 candle, line point control. And I'm looking for, here we go. I like a long now. We've got a big positive delta. I'm going to go long now. I'm currently long ES. Got positive deltas coming in. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I want to see buyers take control. Look at that aggressive delta coming in now. That's my first target. Hopefully buyers keep pushing. We're coming into pre-market, so I really want to get to break even because it's a pre-market level. I don't want to be making a loss on this. So I'm at break even now. Either I'm going to tag out break even for a small profit, or we break through this pre-market. And one of my new rules is, if I didn't realize we're so close to pre-market high, I'm probably going to tag out here. If we can hold this area, I will. Negative delta and no follow through. Positive delta on the next candle. It does look good actually. Still looks okay. If we can retap pre-market high, that'll be my 20 ticks. Here we go, 20 ticks. Now I'm break even. That was easy, wasn't it? only because we saw buyers coming in and lack of sellers. I was just about to explain why I liked it for a long. We had that delta flip, lack of sellers in that last candle with a negative delta. So kind of like ending volume. And then positive deltas, small, negative deltas coming in. Even this rejection at pre-market high wasn't a really big delta, but we had no follow through. So here we go. Nice, easy start to the day. I'm up about $600 per account at the moment, which is good. Maybe I could have taken up my 250 account, but for this one, I'm looking for a break and retest of pre-market high on the 5 minute. So I'm going to be trailing now. The reason for this is because I've got one position left. I'm trailing point of control, so I don't want to give back any profits. And negative delta, 16 buyers on the ask. Not amazing. We do have buyers still coming in. Because it's apex and you have trading drawdown, I've got to kind of keep my stops tight, and I'm about to trail out. There you go, I'm out. So slightly better than 10 ticks on that one. So that's not a bad trade. I'll make sure I'm out of everything. That is exactly $600 per account, and I've traded 5 accounts on that. So nice trade. This is now the break and retest of the pre-market high. So I'm looking for a long on my 250k account now. But I'm going to keep an eye on Delta, keep an eye on the footprints. So I traded my eval accounts for my Apex. These are the ones I'm trying to build and want to pass. They got a special offer on Apex right now. I think it's $79 or $59 for passing, for getting into a paid account, which is a good price. Usually it's a lot more, about 120, 180, 150, whatever it's been. Look at this last candle. 1,147 aggressive sellers, only one aggressive buyer at the high of that candle. Here is where we're going to find out whether we've got buyers in control or sellers. Lack of follow through from the sellers. So this looks good for a long. I'm going to find a long on my 250k account only if I get confirmation from buyers. And I'll be buying 2 ES contracts long, and I'm going to play this slightly differently. Looking for 2R. So we've got negative delta on this candle. Buyers are coming in. I'm going to find a long on the next pullback. I'm going to go long. I'm now long, and I'm going to work out what my risk is, but I'm going to put in my emergency stop just in case something really bad happens. I want to have a stop in place. And this is probably quite a big candle. 75.94. No, it's not too bad. It's only $6 of risk. And I want to hit yesterday's high. So that's my first target. And I want to then hold on to the runner. We've got some. And then 7700's got to be my next target. I'm going to put these in place anyway. So this is going to be my 250k account challenge. My first trade actually. Because I've been trading 50k accounts usually. I've had a couple of 100k accounts, but 50k is what I normally trade. Let's just see whether we can get a second trade on this. And I'm going to let this run. Let's have a look. Lack of selling there, so we do have lack of sellers. Aggressive sellers on the green candle. So this is basically a break and retest of orb. Break and retest of pre-market. So I should be able to get. I'm looking to get at least 1R. Okay, it'd be about 1.5R on my first target, and it'll be about 3R. Oh, it's way above. That's 7R if it gets up to there. We'll see. So I've got a lot of room to maneuver. Big aggressive buying on the breaking candle as well, so it gives us a good trend. We do have a negative candle, a red candle on NASDAQ. So there's definitely some weakness on NASDAQ. Remember I said I like that for a short because there's slight weakness to that, whereas ES has shown a bit more strength. So if you're on the Discord, I've created a new channel called the Challenge 250k account. Day 3, I'm going to put it in now, long, a break and retest a pre-market high, and that was 76.06. Over, had to be over 76. Remember I said I wanted it to be over 76,000. So I'll update that just for accountability, and you can follow along. Maybe I should stop below 76, but I like 76. It's a good psychological area. It's a break and retest also these pre-market pivots, hence the pre-market as well. So I'm going to hold on to that's going to be my longer term hold for today. I need to get back into the habit of holding longer because I've been scalping all year, and I've lost my knack just to hold on to my trades. I used to be really good at it. Hence the 250k challenge, and it was $17 to buy this eval account on Apex, which is why I got it. So I'm only going to lose $17 if it doesn't work out, but if it works out, then I've got a decent account to make decent profits from, and it's a legacy account as well. That's why I bought it. I do have another legacy 250k account, and I keep blowing that I'm holding on to that. That doesn't expire after 30 days, it goes on, but I size up a lot in that, thinking if I size up I might get to it quicker, but it's not a very good mentality to have. So now I'm just sticking to my A+ setups only, and the reason this is an A+ is a break and retest of pre-market high. I waited for it to clear that pivot. We had aggressive buyers coming in, lots of buyers. We had a big green candle on the breakout as well, but we are inside previous day's range. What's NASDAQ's putting a bit of a bottom tail. It bounced off of yesterday's pre-market low. So NASDAQ's bounced at pre-market low. So we didn't put in a new high on the open, so that's a little bit worrying. But buyers are coming back in now. Look at this. This is a buyers engulfing that selling candle on the Cumulative Delta. Andrew says it's weird how weak NQ is while Apple is just going to the moon. Oh really? Okay, that's interesting. So I generally don't look at stocks. That is strange. Russell 2000 put in a big green candle, and then it put in a big red candle. Dow Jones, big green candle doing, and it's breaking and retesting pre-market high right now, a bit like ES. SPX, it's got a gap to fill potentially if we can break out over today's high candle. Oil putting in a bit of a green candle. Gold is putting in red, and Bitcoin put in a green and then a red. Don't forget, I'm looking for where's my alert on Bitcoin? Just below 62,500. Just below 62, I meant, sorry. So we're at 62,650 at the moment. So I'm watching for a short on that on Bitcoin if that plays out. Here we go, look at this. We're coming back down. Are we going to bounce at 76, or is this going to be a losing trade? So I had a quick rough estimate. I'm risking about $1,000 on this trade. I think technically my stop, I set my stop to around about 500 to 750 originally. I think I've got it written down as 500 on the rules. But my intention is to just give it more space. I don't give my scalps any space to breathe. But I want to give my 250k account a bit more space to breathe. I'm aware of the trading drawdown as well. That's where the end of day accounts are good for that. Big 15-minute topping tail. NASDAQ's just broken pre-market low. Looking very weak. But ES is holding this area, 7,600. Looking good. At the moment it is. Buyers are holding up as well. So as long as we've got aggressive buyers coming, I'd still like this long. As soon as you start seeing aggressive sellers coming with no price, with price breaking down, then it's going to be a stop out. Let's see whether we see any signs of weakness from sellers. No, lots of aggressive sellers coming in. More sellers, not much buying at the moment. Look at these buying imbalances right here on this candle. Positive delta and lots of buyers. It's just the buyers kind of buying in at 76, getting in at a slight discount. The lack of sellers at the low of this candle as well. So this could be the turning point. If it is, only 16 aggressive buyers, so not showing promise. Look at the delta now. Aggressive sellers coming in. Buyers absorbing this area right now. Bottom tail candle on the 5-minute chart. So if the sellers are pushing hard here, look at this. We've got a big selling bubble. So that's a big seller there. If we hold this area, then that is absorption. Let's see whether buyers are going to absorb these sellers. This candle here. Big aggressive selling candle. Massive delta, massive volume. 2,400 almost contracts. 650 then were aggressive, more aggressive sellers. Here we go, a delta flip. The lack of sellers in that previous candle, or reducing selling. Buyers was kind of taking control. Bottom tail on NASDAQ, kind of retesting the lows of post-market and pre-market. And there's a big confidence area, 29,500 area as well. There's my trading view for NASDAQ. Incidentally, remember that trend line we drew? I'll just show you. Look where NASDAQ bounced. Again, it's a zone. But is that a bounce off that trend line? Or are we doing we're in the bottom half of this trend line and we're just going to break down and retest it. So let's just see what happens next on NASDAQ. ES failed to break over 76. Aggressive sellers coming in. So that seller there showing selling strength. The ORB is in place now, by the way. The ORB short 75.94 by 76.09. And the midpoint 76.02, and I'm about to stop out by the looks of it. Here we go, and that's a stop on my 250k account. Let me update my trading, So my first trade on that account was a stop. But it looked good earlier. We had a big aggressive buy and big volume. We had a massive buyers coming in. We just couldn't get out. We broke that psychological number as well, 7,600. Look at that. I literally got whipped out. That's my stop there. Look where I got stopped out, right on. It's going to break out now, isn't it? You know it. If it does, so what? I traded my trade. I held my stop. We talked about this potential flip down there. Here we go. This is probably a better confirmation here. A green candle and a small negative delta. And then we had lack of sellers at the low of this candle. More aggressive buyers coming in. Now look at this, more aggressive buyers. Sellers came in, but buyers were still in control of that candle. That's a positive delta on a red candle. So let's just see whether this is going to be a potential bottom here. ORB low as well. We know how important that first 15-minute range is. One second, just trying to log into my top step. So I'm looking for look at this, aggressive buyers coming inside. I'm just trying to log into my top step. I like this for a long, actually. It looks good. If we break out over this area consolidation, only if we break over 6,000 as well. We could be just rejecting 6,000, but look, bottom tail. Not as much volume as a green candle, so I like it for a long. I might try and find a scalp long here. Over 76.02, targeting pre-market high and then opening range high, but only if we get over, got clear 76.03 basically. But we're getting lots of aggressive buyers coming in, but with no follow through, so it makes me a bit nervous going long unless we clear that area. That means the sellers are currently absorbing all these buyers. Selling candle, positive delta, small negative delta, positive delta, positive delta, positive delta, a neutral or no delta at all. Another red candle, positive, neutral, positive delta with no follow through. We're not getting the follow through from the buyers yet. And there we go, that's the reason we didn't go long. But we are breaking orb. If we get this candle on higher volume, we look for a break and retest of orb or an orb breaking candle. We have 3 minutes left. We've got about a third of the volume from that bottom tail candle. At the moment, ES or NASDAQ don't have higher volume. So definitely my call earlier watching NASDAQ, because it showed more relative weakness, was a good call. I didn't load my top step in time, so I'm not going to chase it while it's so far down. But if it pulls back to yesterday's low or pre-market low, I may consider a break and retest short. Another bottom tail. You know we've got buyers sitting here. Look at this. Buyers came in here. Buyers came in here. Buyers are coming in here. This could be a nice little buy setup, a breakout, a nice little pullback. If we get over the midpoint, maybe look for over 76, might be a nice long. Wanted to see buyers come in for that long, big aggressive buying on the delta. We are kind of putting in a bottom here. First signs that we were reversing earlier. Here you go, 7,600. Buying imbalances, lack of sellers. Buyers come in. We've had a small selling candle, big buying candles. And we're back at that 76. It needs more confirmation for me. So Andrew says, nice ES wicks at VWAP on the 5. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Bounced twice and then that big one through it. And then 212 says, big divergence, nothing for 212 yet. Exactly. There's no need to rush. A+ setups only, especially on an inside day. Inside day, inside week. So back over 76. Yeah, definitely relative weakness on NASDAQ. Here we go to the break over 76 we're talking about. Broken that candle there. So 212 says buyers on NQ showing up. Oh yeah, look at that. It's breaking trend as well. That downtrend, that 5-minute downtrend. So I'm interested in a scalp long. But I'm just watching. I like the aggressive buyers coming in now. But it's chasing if I get in now. I'd like to see it pull back to 76, hold. Look at that. But the size of the candle, you would expect to see a bit more volume as well. So it's kind of weaker volume than the previous candle. But then this is all buying. There's no sellers in this candle. Look at this for aggressive buyers now. Price and Dow are still in line with each other. NASDAQ. Price is breaking. Delta's breaking. Got our first biggest red candle and a Delta flip candle as well. Shows that there's lack of buyers coming in and then sellers taking control of that last candle. Negative Delta on this next candle. Broken the orb. So this might be a better candle. We don't want this candle to break to be an orb candle because it's bigger than, it will be bigger than the orb. But if this one breaks the orb on more volume than that previous green candle, then this could be a nice breakout. We've got Cumulative Delta in its favor as well. Big negative deltas being absorbed by buyers up here. There's no follow through from sellers. I did like this buy setup, but the reason I didn't take it, it's not part of my 250k challenge setups. I think I went through. I'll show you my setups. I'm only looking for orb breakout. That's my primary, which I'm watching for now. The orb break and retest, opening drive, which is kind of what I did. Consolidation, breakout, low volume balance, volume expansion, and then Delta divergence. And then I'm looking for key levels. So that's what I'm looking for, break and retest of key levels. Ooh. Oh, and then, sorry, I go back to my rules and my confirmations I look for. Let me just put that back up again. And then what I'm looking for, trend, it was kind of with this 5-minute trend and it's with the hourly and daily trend. Key level, we had break and retest a pre-market high. We're retesting it now, by the way. Volume, we saw increase in volume, and we saw it on Cumulative Delta. Delta confirmed as well. We had risk reward. We had it set up. Yeah, we had relatively good risk reward. Unluckily, let's get rid of that. I'm glad I remembered. And then is it a trade I'd recommend and teach others? I would do, because it all set up, but it just didn't work. The break and retest a pre-market high, pre-market low, pre-market high with the trend. If you go to the hourly, we're in an hourly uptrend, so, and we're kind of putting in a lower high. That's why I liked it long. We're still inside this narrow 15-minute range. Look at that. Something, oh, look at that data drop for a second. So something happened. Big news event maybe. Or a news event or something. There's no big buyers or sellers sitting on here. And that's why just don't take the breakout. How many people would have got triggered in on the breakout of that orb at 7609? Let's have a look at 7609. This is why footprints are good. You get to see people who just jumped in. 7609, that's the breakout. So all these people up here who went long are now sitting on there sweating it out because they didn't wait for confirmation. We know the buyers in this candle, big positive 230. All these buyers here, you can see clearly the breakout traders. 170, 468 contracts just there on the ask. You know, we don't even get the previous candle was only 700 contracts. This candle at the moment, this one here is only 200 contracts. We had 468 and then another 170, so that's 500, 600 contracts in the high of day on this ORB breakout. And then look what they're now sweating it out now, thinking, why did I take the breakout at 7610? All these buyers were sitting there holding on to their trades, thinking they got the breakout, but it didn't work. That's why we have our rules in place, and that's why we look for the break and retest long, because that's confirmation. And look at this, talk about people get triggered in, and then now you can see some, that's probably all these were, sellers just selling off, couldn't hold the pain any longer. That's why we like footprint charts as well, because it gives you some good information which you can't see on a candlestick. You've probably seen in the little ticker at the bottom of the screen, I've got my summer sale on. I've got 50% off everything on my website. I'm rebuilding the website as well. There'll be a new website soon as well. Be much better layout. So if you want to get hold of these footprint indicator, or my ORB book, my new orb playbook, it's 50% off on the website for the digital copy, the PDF version of the orb playbook. If you go to the description, use the code SUMMER26, and then ends in about 2 weeks. It's a good time to get something now, especially the footprint. This is probably one of the hardest indicators I've ever built, but it was worth every second I spent on it building it, because it's got so much analysis built in, better than just a standard footprint chart. Oh, just been bitten by a fly. And here we are, back in that ORB range again. Let's have a quick look, see what happened to the ORB range on Friday. So this is today, Friday. Look at that. So Friday, depends on when you take it. I generally won't take it after midday. So you had a breaking candle. Would you have been triggered in? Probably. So maybe there. We had a breaking candle with no trigger. I suppose. Why did it not? Oh no, it didn't trigger in because it wasn't more than, the volume wasn't higher. So it was an invalid breakdown. What did NASDAQ do? NASDAQ didn't trigger as well. He had a breaking out volume candle here. Slightly higher volume. Oh, it didn't trigger because it's outside my hours here as well. And break and retest of orb long. Maybe you could have topped the break and retest long. No, look at that. You would have been stopped out. So Friday wouldn't have worked. There was no official breaking candles Friday on the orb. That's why we have rules. Thursday, I know there wasn't because I didn't take anything Thursday. Lower volume on that breaking candle there. Lower volume on that breaking candle there. But that would have gone. But it wouldn't have been a great trade. It would have been against the rules. And then NASDAQ didn't take it as well. Slightly equal volume. It's really tough trading last week. The orb, again, didn't trigger on Wednesday. Again, wasn't more than 5% volume. So technically you could have taken it, it would have worked. I think I took that one on Tuesday. That's the one I took. And that was a short, and that would have worked. Monday worked as well by the looks of it. We had a breaking candle with higher volume, see significantly higher volume there. Stop would have been around 68, 75, 68, and it hit target on that pivot. So yeah, so Monday and Tuesdays worked, and there was no trades for the remainder of the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So look at the delta showing relative strength. Higher highs, higher lows. Price, lower lows, equal highs. Just not showing it. So maybe if we can get back over 76, we could see a breakout here. If price breaks out and we have a big delta come in, we can see it building. This is basically the delta building, like a spring being loaded or a spring being turned and turned and turned until we see the breakout. We might see a big breakout on volume. So looking on volume for both the 5 minute, the 2 minute, and the order flow. There you go, 400 aggressive buyers on that and this candle, 300 on this one, 400 on this one. So this might be what we're just talking about, the breakout at 76 again. NASDAQ showing a little bit of strength again. So I do like the buy. I like the buying here for a scalp long. We're breaking. I'm going to be looking for a scalp long on the next little pullback I see. That just gives me the extra confirmation. It's got to be over 76. I want to see a little red candle come down into 76 with lack of selling volume. Okay, could be it now. I want to see buyers. Here, this is a red candle. If we break out over 76.03, I'm looking for a long. So I'll put my stop in place. I'm going to go 73, 75 is a couple of ticks above that red candle. And if we don't break it, then I won't be in it. You want to see lack of follow through right now. We want to see aggressive buyers. I can see the buyers coming on the delta. And where's our pre-market? We've already done the pre-market 1, 2, 3, 4 times. I'm not overly fussed about it now. Okay, it's invalidated now, so we've got a positive delta on a red candle. Let's just hold on to it for 1 sec. Buyers are still there. Buyers on this candle. Still want to break out over that 76.03. Obviously, if we lose this green candle, then I'm going to invalidate the trade. Looking at volume, lots of volume, relatively high volume in that candle, 800, 600 is last candle, so still a positive delta, but getting smaller the delta. Still got my entry in place at 76.03, 75 long. I'll be looking at 7600 will be basically my stop below 76. Probably this pivot 75.99. So we've got a negative delta, we've got a neutral delta. I'm about to be triggered in possibly. Are we going to see a breakout? Here you go. I'm now long. Let's see the follow through. We've had confirmation, but buyers are coming into the market now. Slow them right down. Come on in, buyers. So 76. I've just hit my 10 tick stop. I'm going to be tightening up my stop in a minute. Buyers are still there. We just need price to follow through. Small negative delta is a good sign. What's SPX doing? There's nothing significant above. Nope. Kind of let's break out. Here we go. Positive delta still. I see the buyers come in. Haven't quite taken out that 74. Big positive delta. That's what I like to see. Looking good. Buyers are definitely coming in, but the sellers absorbing this area. Let's see whether buyers can get over that 74. Looking good at the moment. What's NASDAQ doing? NASDAQ's coming into yesterday's low. So we're a bit off it at the moment. So we've got plenty of buyers here, but not really having the follow through we want. I thought we would at least retest the orb high. That's what I'm expecting. Got my target set at 76.08, which is just below the orb high. That's a 20 tick area. Right, I'm going to let this play out. I'm going to go and grab some water. It's getting hot in here. I'll be back in a second. Oh wow, okay. Look at that. Literally walk away and the market dies. That puts me around about break even for the day. I wasn't expecting that. There goes Trump logic event. So what was that regarding? Bottom tail now on NASDAQ. Well, that's a bit annoying, but it is what it is. So I'm pretty much done with my trading now. Maybe I shouldn't have taken that second trade. I should have been content with the one I did. Let's just watch it play out for a bit. So another Trump tweet, just like last week, says Andrew. Yeah. I should have given him a call and said, hold on to your tweets just for another 10 minutes. So oil's now hit my alert, by the way. I think probably everything's hit my alerts. Oil's breaking out. Gold's breaking down. Bitcoin's looking neutral still. So much came through. My computer, my NinjaTrader is struggling to keep up with the data processing. We just take a screenshot and I can analyze this later. Wrong button. So I'm just updating my notes from my journal. Nasdaq's looking stronger again. It's looking stronger than ES now, showing relative strength over the two. Back in a sec. You right? How's it today? Yeah, good. Oh, you're hot head. Yeah, it's so hot. Is it? It's hot outside. Yeah. Yeah, good day? What have you been doing?
We did a music quiz and drama.
Oh, okay.
And I won, obviously.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
That was with my friend Chase. But even if there was someone else, they've got the same points.
Oh, would you?
Yeah.
You answered the question then?
Yeah.
Is it like proper music quiz?
Yeah.
Like a pub one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Good, well done. What else are you up to?
That's it, really.
Okay, good day then?
Yeah, there was like the girls' football team thing on.
Oh, yeah, did you go to that?
Yeah, well, we couldn't really not go to it.
Yeah.
Like,
Everyone else seemed to know.
well, no, it was just so big all around school.
Oh, okay.
And they were just playing like really loud like music.
Oh, that's good.
Music.
Oh, that's alright. A bit different, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's good then.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
It's good.
Yeah.
So, wait up to now.
I'll cold shower.
That's up to you. I would do, yeah. Not bad idea. Yeah. I need to. See you in a minute. Right, sorry about that. Just get back. I've not been looking at the comment. Nothing exciting happened. I've not really looked at the charts, just updating my notes. Kind of just. So there was a bit of time where it's caught up to date now. That big candle left my footprint charts and my NinjaTrader about a minute behind. So I'm just opening up my code now. But that's a bit of reaction. Nasdaq looking stronger now. I'm probably going to call it a day, I think, because I'm not really too excited about watching it sit in between this. Oh look. Did I get triggered into something? I just realised I'm actually got 2 contracts of ES. Is that right? Or was that? Let me check my rhythmic. Oh, I just need to reload it. Quite sure what happened. I thought I was out of everything. Whatever happened, I got re-triggered in by the looks of it. On that note, I'm going to sort out what that is. I'm not sure whether it's. Don't want to close it. I want to check sure. I just really need to reopen my rhythmic again, and then double check to see whether that's actual trade or whether it's a sim or something. But I'm going to call it a day, I think. I had 1 winning trade, 1 losing trade. Should have been break even. A little bit under break even with my commissions on that breakout there. It looked good for the breakout. Maybe I could be critical and say I went long into pre-market high, but we kind of ignored it most of the times. I was looking to retest the high of the orb again. We saw a big bounce there, bottom tail, bottom tail, bottom tail, bottom tail. That's why I liked it long. But it weren't to work when Trump comes along and sets his tweets out. Then obviously you can't really compete against that. But we're sitting right back in that range now, so I'm going to sit out. I'm going to watch what's going on, and I will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. I had to process what time it was tomorrow. And I didn't really mention about a big up to England as well. I'm through to the semi-finals against Argentina on Wednesday. So I'm looking forward to that. Brilliant game against Norway. Well, it wasn't brilliant. It wasn't as good as Mexico, but we got through it. So next up is Argentina. So really excited about this week. 2 games away from winning the World Cup. That's a better way of seeing it. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Appreciate everyone. I need to work out whether I'm actually in a trade deal or not. I shouldn't be. I'm going to be coming out of it, but I just want to check my rhythmic first, and then because I don't want to come out of it and realise it's inverted, which does do it sometimes on my copier. So thank you, everyone. I will see you on Tuesday tomorrow at 9 a.m. So thanks for watching.